Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. If you are new here, my name is Alex. I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am happy to be here for another week, and I hope that you all are as well. I am currently reading, you guessed it, Death's End. Still working on it. And I can tell you that I feel like every week I have an excuse for why I'm still reading this book. And my excuse this week is that I have been painstakingly working on my video from my Portland and Crater Lake trip. And I finally got done editing that. I have my thumbnail, I have it all uploaded. It's going to be released on Sunday at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm really excited that that part of the project is finally done. I still have my video to film for all of the books that I got while I was in Oregon, but at least you guys are going to get to see the overall trip that I went on, and hopefully it will be at least mildly interesting and entertaining. If like 5 people like it, I would be happy. But in addition, this week to reading Death's End, I am also going to be starting Kat and I's book club choice for August because we have our book club announcement, or not announcement, but our actual video, our live show that we're going to be doing at the end of this month on Thursday, the 29th. Should be the 29th, as long as I haven't messed up the day. Yes, it is the 29th at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. For Kat, that would be 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. So really looking forward to that. I have been wanting to read Neverwhere for a while. I love my edition of this book, and I am really excited to see all of the illustrations by Chris Riddell. Overall, I think tonight is going to be a pretty productive night for reading. As always, this is just a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you, depending on how warm or cold you are. My beverage tonight, right now, is just going to be some water. I may end up having a lemonade later. I haven't decided, but right now I just feel like I need to be hydrated. I've been trying to adjust my diet ever since I got back from vacation because, oh my gosh, my diet, like, when you travel someplace and you don't have access to a grocery store, and so you're just eating out everywhere, and then your stomach is like, how very dare you? That's pretty much what I was dealing with coming back. So I'm trying to right myself and get back on, eating reasonably and not eating too much. So trying to be healthy. We'll see. I still might indulge in that lemonade. But I'm going to go ahead and head on over to the comments so I can say hello to everyone. And first up is going to be Jessica. Hello, Jessica. Jessica says, hi, friends. Reading Catching Fire today on chapter 5 and have already gotten goosebumps. Awesome. I love to hear that. That's so cool. And Melinda is here. Hi, Melinda. And thank you for tagging me in that video, Melinda. I have yet to get to watch your tag, but I did see it come through. So thank you for that. And you said, hi there. I have a number of books going. We'll probably start with my daily dose of Les Miserables. Very nice. How long do you think that that's going to take you to read, Melinda? Like, because how long have you already been reading it, and how much longer do you think it'll take you? And Heidi says, I had to start another GGK novel right away after finishing The Lions of Al-Rassan. Huge book hangover from that one. Super cool. I'm glad that there are other people who are able to go right into like a book from the same author. I have huge problems with that, which I've talked about before, but I always appreciate people who can just binge a series because I can't do that. Angel says, hi there. Nice to see you all. Nice to see you all too. Or nice to see you too, Angel. I'm glad that you have made it. And Magnolia is here and says, hello, everybody. Hello to you too, Magnolia. And Heidi says, yeah, I am looking forward to your review of Death's End. I know, I'm just taking for frickin' ever. You will be happy to know I'm still enjoying it. Like, that's not the problem. The problem is not my enjoyment. It is the amount of exhaustion that I'm currently feeling, and reading a book that is this heavy on large concepts when you're already tired makes things more difficult. At least it does for me. And not to mention, I think people always forget just how small the print is of this book. Like, you look at it and you're like, oh, it's not really that much. And then you start reading it. It's like, it's a lot of words. I looked up on Google how many words this book was, and the estimate I was able to find was like 159,000 words. I don't really know how that compares to some other larger novels, but that seems like a pretty high number of words. And Magnolia says, I'm reading Dust to Dust from Tammy Hoag, or Hoag. I'm not entirely sure, but very nice. And Robert is here. Hi, Rob. Rob says, hello, room. I'm reading Something is Killing the Children, and Erica effing Slaughter is a legend. So is that actually her name? The main character of Something is Killing the Children is Erica effing Slaughter? Because that's really great if that's true. I do plan on getting those, or at least the first one, and trying it out since you gave me that recommendation and said you thought I'd like it. And Heidi says, hello, Magnolia. And hi, Heidi. And Magnolia says, already have a nice drink and some chips. Awesome. That's great. Heidi says, Robert, do you ever get any nightmares? Robert says, Heidi, never. I'm jealous of you, Robert, because I have nightmares almost every night. I rarely dream, like just have nice dreams. Angel says, I'm reading Neverwhere, page 78 of 435. Yes, I got the same book as you, Alex. Woohoo! Angel, I'm so glad. That's so cool. I'm glad that you were reading it, for one, but two, that it sounds like you're interested in joining the live show, which will be really cool. Kat and I are super excited to get on camera and just be able to have everybody in the comments with us and having the discussions, and we always have a great time. So it's going to be super fun. Faye says, hello. Hello to you too. Heidi says, Robert Dumaki gave me nightmares. Oh, I can't wait. That's going to be awesome. Though, I would say the creepiest ending of any Stephen King novel I've ever read to this day is still probably Revival, in terms of just creep factor. Not the overall book Revival, because it was not my favorite, but the ending of that book got me. Melinda says, my plan was to read it in 1 year. It has 365 chapters. So planning on reading 1 chapter a day. However, I hit a stretch of really short chapters, so I'm a bit ahead now. Well, good for you. That's super cool. 365 chapters is insane. And he said, I'll probably finish in mid-December. I'm proud of you. Rock on. And Nicole is in the house. Hi, Nicole. Nicole says, hi, Alex. Reading The Story of the Stone. Cool. I have not heard of that, but I hope it's fun. Robert says, Heidi, listen to the audiobook Strange Sally Diamond. You won't sleep for a month, but in a good way. In a good way. Heidi says, there will be 3 TV seasons of The Three-Body Problem, I guess, for each book. Well, that's good. I still find it funny the way that people talk about the difference between the American version and the Chinese version, because I know that people in China did not like the American portrayal. I have not seen any of it because I'm still waiting until after I complete them all to go and watch anything. So we'll see if I end up enjoying it. And he says, Robert, I will pass. Robert says, Erica, she's from the House of Slaughter. Okay, cool. Nicole says, hi, chat friends. Melinda, Faye, Heidi, Robert, and anyone I missed. He said, nightmares every night. You must get really hot at night. That actually is true. Are those things related? That if you're warm at night, you typically have worse dreams? That was especially true when I used to be on a medication I no longer take, and I would be on fire at night, and that was the time of my life when I was having the worst nightmares, like every single night, and they were extremely vivid. So if those two things are related, that makes so much more sense to me. And Magnolia says, the book I'm reading now is a psychological thriller. Cool. And you said hello, Nicole, and hello back. And Nicole says, Melinda, are you reading War and Peace? She's reading Les Mis. Robert says, Nicole, hello! It was specifically shouting. And Jessica says, hi, Nicole, with a hug. Well, that's wonderful. Do let me know if you haven't already. Tell me what it is that you're working on tonight, but I can go ahead and get us started with our first sprint. If you all want to just let me know how long you would like the first one to be. I'm actually surprised that nobody was just frantically typing like 45 or 30 into the chat before now, but go ahead and do that. I have a feeling I know what time it's going to be. We'll see if I'm right. Heidi says, Nicole, what is your favorite genre? And Jessica and Melinda came in with the 45. I knew it. So I'm going to share my Pomodoro Kitty really quick because I already got it pulled up with the 45 on there. So that's perfect. And Nicole says they are related. You get hot first, and then your mind tries to explain why this nightmares. I used to have nightmares all the time too. So maybe I need a fan. Which, see, I don't know how I feel about that because I hate being cold, and after a while, my body temperature kind of regulates in the night, and sometimes I'll wake up freezing if the fan is on. Hmm. I have to think about that one. That's very good to know. I never had heard that before. Thanks, Nicole. Dropping in some wisdom first thing tonight. Magnolia says, is Les Miserables also a mammoth? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Les Mis is huge. Robert says, let me guess, 45. Yeah, you're right. And Jessica coming in with 10,000. I don't think so, ma'am. Nicole says, I now keep my room way cooler and wear less, no nightmares. Okay. You have given me much to contemplate. I appreciate this. Nicole says 45. Yeah. And Magnolia says 4 plus 5, so 9 minutes. Haha. That would be a very short and unproductive sprint, don't you think? Like, how much do you think that you can get done in 9 minutes? Unless the new goal is to race yourself as hard as possible, but then I'd be afraid I wouldn't absorb anything because I'm too focused on the fact I only have 9 minutes. Faye says, Nicole, no, that's not fair. I'm a hot sleeper. And Jessica says, come to New Zealand, Alex. Trust me, right now, you won't get hot. Oh, I bet not. It's probably quite cool there. But we have long enough winters where I live. I'm basking in all of the heat right now. I mean, even the days where I walk outside and I'm like, damn, it's hot. I still am happy because I am not cold. And Melinda says, it's my second time reading Les Mis. I have a much better translation this time. Oh, good. Yeah, Keaton loves Les Mis. He's talked to me about it a lot. My only experience with it is that I have seen the Hugh Jackman movie, and I have also seen a live play in London, which the play was by far, no offense to Hugh Jackman, but the play was amazing. And I love that one way more. But I don't think that that's a book that I'll probably ever be able to read. And I told Keaton that too. It's just, I don't think I have the patience for it. And Nicole says, I don't make myself cold, just the room. And if I start to get hot or wake up from a nightmare, I cool myself down ASAP. Good to know. You have it down to a science. You said, which translation, Melinda? And Magnolia says, 1 page maybe. And you said, well, maybe 2. I have small letters as well. Nicole says, Heidi, I like all genres, but tend to like the traditional plotting of classics. Yes. Heidi, if you go over to Nicole's channel, she has a lot of really fun content. She posts way more frequently than I do. And a lot of what she does read are classic novels if you're into those. And Magnolia says, I have no idea. Actually, now I'm curious. And Nicole says, we're going to see Les Mis in September musical. Cool. I hope that you have a great time. I tend to really like live performances myself. I really enjoy plays. I'm not much, this is going to sound weird. I talked about this when you had that live music that you went to listen to, Nicole, but I'm really not much of a live music person unless it's like a specific band I'm going to go see, or it is an in-person musical, because those I appreciate a lot more than anything that is filmed or just a band doing a random set list. I don't know why. I do. And Melinda says, Nicole, it's the new Penguin translation by Michelle Donaher? I'm not sure. Cool. And Jessica says, somebody once said that Les Mis was 365 chapters, so reading 1 chapter a day will get it done in exactly a year. Yeah, that's exactly what Melinda is doing. And she's ahead. And Nicole says, I do have it down. I hate nightmares. Mine are vivid and in color unless they opt for black and white, and I just can't. I've never had a black and white nightmare. All of mine are always in color, and they typically are quite vivid, but they were way worse again when I was on that one medicine, and I was like every night I went to sleep and I just dreaded whatever was going to await me in my dreams. It's not fun. And then you also don't feel as well rested when you have nightmares, because you wake up and at least for me, I wake up and my heart might race, or I might be like kind of startled a little bit and like grateful, like, oh, thank goodness it was just a dream. And that ends up not being very peaceful. And Faye says, I live in a cold basement, but even in the winter, I overheat. I end up with just one sheet over me. My mom is convinced I'll freeze to death without flannels and blankets, but I can't. That's so interesting that you get that hot. I wonder if that's a hormone thing. And Nicole says, my husband will, as it's his favorite musical. It was the first sign we saw when we moved into our new town. Oh, cool. That's great. I'm glad that you're going to go do something in your new place. Nicole says, Melinda, cool. I will check it out. And Faye says, but I don't think I'd recognize my life without nightly nightmares. So whatevs, I guess. Robert says, Nicole, nightmares in color. Hashtag sign me up. Wait, is dreaming in color not normal? Oh, interesting. And Nicole says the black and white ones tend to give themselves away and wake me up. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I have had nightmares before where I recognized I was in a nightmare and like told myself, hey, you need to wake up. But those, I think that's only happened to me twice in my life. Magnolia is laughing. And Jessica says, I have nightmares at any point in the year, and my nightmares end in sleep paralysis. I have had that happen once, and it scared the shit out of me. Nicole says, the one where I was being chased by cheese was also an obvious dream. Yeah, because you could just turn around and eat it, and then it would be afraid of you. And Jessica says, mine are also in color, Nicole. Magnolia says, I guess you were hungry. And I'm dreaming in color as well. Robert says, never dreamed in color. That is fascinating. Now, Robert, do you suffer from any type of color blindness? Or is it just maybe a quirk? That's so cool. I've never heard of people just dreaming in black and white. And Melinda says, I have never had a black and white dream. Okay. Good to know. Sorry, all if you're noticing me kind of messing with one of my screens for some reason. One of them keeps going on and off, but not the ones that I care about. So that's fine. It's just distracting. And Melinda says, I have very vivid dreams, but rarely have nightmares. That's good. Robert says, no, he does not have color blindness. And Christina is here. Hi, Christina. She says, hi, Alex. Hi, chat. Listening to The City of Lost Souls with my son today while working on some projects. Awesome. So remember to hydrate and hug the like button. Thank you very much. And yes, I do have my water. I'll go ahead and take a drink. And try to stay on the path today. Jessica says, hi, Christina. And hi, Christina and Jessica from Nicole. And Christina says, hi, Jessica. And hi to Nicole. Perfect. Well, I will go ahead and I will get our 45 minutes running on the clock. And I also have to give you all your first question, which is, would you rather have horns or a tail? Would you rather have horns or a tail? And why? Robert says, does the hand motion thing still work on the PC screen? I don't know. I tried it at one point and it had stopped working, and then I stopped trying to do it. So you can see, yeah, nothing's happening, which is such a bummer. I don't know if maybe they you have to enable it now because maybe people were doing it on accident and it was distracting in meetings. I might have to figure out if there's a way for me to turn it on because it was so much fun. But yes, I will go ahead. I will get this started for everybody. I'm going to wish you happy reading. Be sure to answer the question, and I'll see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 495. I'm going to be crossing into the 500s. Yay! It's only taken me for freaking ever. Okay, before we left, I asked you all the question, would you rather have horns or a tail? Let's see what everybody had to say. And then Melinda says, tails, especially if I could hang upside down by it. Horns are useless. Nicole said, there is an on-off button for the hand motion, no idea where. Oh, talking about the, like, things I can do with the screen. Okay, good to know. Jessica says, that's a hard one. I feel like horns would give me a headache, but then a tail would give away any kind of emotion I'm feeling. Okay. Nicole says, tail, expressive and useful with flies and insects. Heidi says, it depends. Does a capybara have a tail? I think they have a nub, like a little nubby tail. And Nicole says, and cooling. Emily says, as long as they weren't Hellboy size. See, that's what I'm thinking of. I'll go with horns. A tail would be too difficult when it comes to clothing, and I don't. So, okay. Robert says, I was going with horns because I was thinking of a long tail with a point would be a bitch. And he said, Emily, yeah, what she said. Emily said, hello, all, and hello to you too, Emily. I'm finishing Under the Smoke-Strewn Sky by A. Deborah Baker, pen name for Shauna McGuire. Last book in the series, and finishing the adventure will be bittersweet. That is the series within her series that she wrote, if I'm correct. Yes. That from her middle game books, where they're the stories about the children in a magical world. I'm hoping that I'm correct on that one. I read Middle Game, but I never read any of the spin-off books, and I never read the sequel. Teresa says, hello, Alex and friends. I need to go outside and weed eat before my hubby, so when he gets home, he only has to mow. I'll check in later. Well, hi, Teresa, and good luck with the weed eating. He said, when I get back, I'll listen to the Mysterious Benedict Society. I'm also reading physically other books, but not till evening. Okay. And Jamie's here. Hi, Jamie. Jamie says, hello, I'll take the horns. How do you find jeans that fit if you have a tail? See, that is the thing that I'm concerned about as well, because with shirts, you can just get button-up shirts, right? So like you don't have to have something that goes over your head, but you might even be able to get a shirt that has a collar big enough that you can fit over them. But pants, you're essentially just screwed. You'd have to cut a notch out in all of them and like sew back the area that you would need. And I would always be worried I'd have like a butt cheek showing or something. I don't know. I don't like the idea of that. I'm just going to go with horns. I think that they would make me look fierce and terrifying, and that would probably be more fun. And Faye says, a tail of it's as floofy and graceful as my cat's. Okay, I like that. And Magnolia says 4 pages in 9 minutes. Good job. Zach says, hello. First of all, hi, Zach. Zach says, hi, I'm reading Lessons in Chemistry by Bonnie Garmus and really liking it so far. I have that book over there, and I still need to read it. And hello, Elena. Nice to see you. You said new here. Well, welcome to you, and I hope that you will be able to enjoy sprints tonight. And Teresa says, a tail for better balance. That is a good idea. It's a good one. I hadn't thought of that. Heidi says, Zach, there is a Lessons TV show too now on Apple TV. Cool. And Alicia's here. Hi, Alicia. Alicia says, hey, everyone. I'd rather have horns. Jessica says, I read 1 chapter, got kitty cuddles. Yay. Then I had breakfast and most importantly, got coffee. I feel like I need coffee. I'm like fading and it's already the beginning of the day. I have a feeling it's because I was doing a combination of, or not beginning of the day, gosh, beginning of sprints. Sorry, that shows you how tired I am. I was working on my video today when I was on my breaks during work, and then the rest of the time I was working, and then jumped right on here, and I'm like, man, I don't know why. I feel like I just need a lot of caffeine. There are some caffeine bars, now that I think of it, in the kitchen. I might have to get one. And William is here. Hi, William. William says, greetings, arrived near the end of the sprint. Well, welcome to you. Would you like horns or a tail? And Robert says, that storm Debbie is finally way north in Kingston, New York. 3 days of rain here. I have been hearing about that. So I have coworkers that work in Florida, and I spoke to one of them and I was like, yeah, so how's it been there? And she's like, oh, yeah, we've just, gotten 22 inches of rain or something insane like that. And I asked her, I was like, how do things not flood? Where does all the water go? How do you all tolerate that? And she's like, well, when you've lived here your whole life, it just kind of seems meh. It's not really that big of a deal until you get like a category 4 hurricane. Can't relate. I would absolutely hate that. And Heidi says, Alex, is Keaton bringing you dinner tonight? He technically did. He went to the store and he bought stuff for us to have sandwiches. So we had a healthy dinner, and he is currently passed out on the couch because he had a extremely rough day at work, and I felt so bad for him, and he needs the rest. Robert says, tacos. Tacos honestly sound super good right now. See, I had an early dinner, which means that by the time that I am like in the middle of sprints or getting towards the end, I'm probably going to be hungry again and I'm going to need a snack. So I should probably just go ahead and get that caffeine bar. Magnolia says, this question is hard. I think a tail won't be nice when you are sitting. Horns depends on the size, I suppose. I guess I pick horns. It can also be a defense mechanism, but small, nice horns. Okay. See, I do think it's really funny about the idea that you could just immediately headbutt somebody and you'd win. I mean, animals, that's the way that they will grapple with each other and fight, is like whoever has the biggest, strongest horns is usually the winner. So if I'm the only one with horns, I automatically win. And Heidi says, Alicia, did the Cuban sandwiches taste good? And Magnolia says, 19 pages read. Great job. Faye says, I was half watching Olympics, but I read 10 pages. What are you currently watching? Which sport is on right now? And Melinda says, read my Les Mis chapter, then a short story by Louise Erdrich. Nice. And Nicole says, I kept missing it. What are you reading, Alex? Oh, I'm still reading Death's End, Nicole. And then I'm also starting Neverwhere tonight. So whenever I just truly mentally get too tired to continue because it's just so much, I will be swapping over to something that hopefully is a little bit more gentle. I did read the prologue of Neverwhere actually before the sprint started, and I didn't realize this was something that was super cool, that he originally started writing this book in tandem with the TV show that he was asked to write, and he was frustrated because they cut so much out of the TV script that he produced for the BBC, and he was like, well, I'm going to put it all into a book. And that's how the writer's preferred text came about. Is, yeah, there's the show that everybody knew first, but this is his like official true version of everything that he wanted to be in the story. And I don't know, I thought that was really cool. And I also appreciated the fact that he said that he wanted this story to be for adults. I didn't realize that this was for adults. I thought this was going to be kind of another maybe children's or young adult novel. But he specifically says, what I wanted to do was to write a book that would do for adults what the books I had loved when younger, books like Alice in Wonderland or the Narnia books or The Wizard of Oz, did for me as a kid, which I thought was really interesting. And so, yeah, I'm super excited about this. Anyway, you said, I read 18 very distracted pages and wrote in my journal a bit. Nice. And Nicole says, hi, Emily. And Jessica says, you're thinking of the Wayward Children series, Alex. Yes, thank you. That is what I was thinking of. So I'm assuming then that book is not part of the Wayward Children series. Zach says, a tail as long as it's prehensile and useful, otherwise cool horns. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Emily says, yep, Alex, you are correct. This series is the Up and Under. Yay. Okay, cool. Woohoo. No, wait. The Wayfarer Children, that is different. It is written by Shauna McGuire, but they're not the same. Somebody help me. Please tell me if I'm wrong. Emily, are the Wayward Children books the same as the ones that she writes under the pseudonym that are the books within the book? Because I thought the Wayward Children series was their own, like, separate universe thing. I'm probably wrong. I have no idea. I haven't read them. And Nicole says, with horns, you'll have to cut holes in hats. Same problems. Well, that's fine by me because I don't wear hats. I look terrible in hats. So I don't care. And you said, hi, Zach. Jessica says, oh, maybe I was wrong. Haven't heard of that one, Emily. Okay. And Magnolia says, I never wear a hat. Zach says, hi, Nicole. And Jessica says, it's the beginning of my day. Yeah, it is the beginning of your day. It's definitely not the beginning of mine. It's 6:14 p.m. here. And Emily says, Zach, glad you're enjoying lessons in chemistry. I avoided it because I thought I would hate it. I was wrong, gave it 4 stars, and it was almost a 4.5 just because of the dog. Oh, there's a dog, a lovable little dog. Well, then I'll probably be happy as long as nothing happens to the dog. And William says, I thought dinosaur tails looked cool as a kid, but Dad pointed out personal hygiene. Horns it is. There you go. You can get like a little toothbrush for your horns. Like, Hellboy sands his down. He's got like one of those electric belt sanders and he puts on his. And Zach says, Emily, 6:30. And Magnolia says, good one as well, William. I haven't even thought about personal hygiene. True. Emily says, no, the up and under is with Avery and Zib, who are mentioned in middle game. Yay! Okay. I got it. I'm so happy. I couldn't remember the up and under, but I remembered the tails. The middle game was such an interesting concept of a story, and I did genuinely like it, even though it was super weird. So I imagine the up and under books are equally probably quite weird. And Jamie says, our cities are not designed to handle much rain because we very rarely have enough precipitation to need good drainage or water storage. So true. And if you got a ton of rain and there's even one drain on your street that gets clogged with debris, the street is flooded or somebody's yard. And Faye says, I was watching the final for beach volleyball where Canada won silver. Good for you all. And I forgot to mention I'm reading The Future by Catherine LaRoe. Hi, honey. You doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Keaton woke up. Melinda says the dog in Lessons in Chemistry is the best dog, and at the risk of a spoiler, you don't need to worry about him. Okay, good. That's not a spoiler. If at any point you tell me there is a dog in a story and then you tell me that the dog does not get hurt or doesn't die, I will happily take that information. That is not a spoiler. And Nicole says, I was thinking winter hats, but if you don't wear them, then you're good. How do you keep your ears warm? Earmuffs? Yeah, I have a little headband that I put on, and it kind of like makes my bangs go like this, but I still prefer it to wearing a hat. I will wear one if it's absolutely abysmal outside and I have to be outside for long stretches of time. But in most cases, I don't have to be. So I'm just kind of put on what I need to, do what I got to do, and then go back inside. And Magnolia says, it's the end of my day here. Yeah, yours is way over compared to ours. It's so funny the different time zones we have. And Magnolia says, yes, earmuffs for me. Indeed, I hate hats. And Jamie says, yeah, never wears definitely for adults. Okay, that's good. Good to know. And Jessica says, hi, Keaton. Hope everything is okay. Yeah, I think he's just kind of waking up, a little drowsy. I imagine he's either going to sit in the living room and he's going to veg out and watch some video game speed runs, or he's probably going to go and play Overwatch. So I'll go and peep on him here in a little bit and see how he's doing. And Robert has already said 45. He was ahead of the game looking at the comments. Good job. Okay. 45 minutes it shall be. If I can redo the timer here. There we go. All right. And Magnolia says, I will go after this chat because I almost fell asleep reading. Oh, well, then you're getting ready to head out. So I hope you have a fabulous night. And thank you for stopping by, Magnolia. It was always nice to see you. So have a great rest of your weekend. And hopefully I'll see you next week. And then I got to give you all your next question, which would be... Oh, this kind of goes in line with talking about the foul weather. Would you rather live in a country with a low cost of living but horrible weather, or a country with high cost of living and beautiful weather? That is your question. Magnolia says, bye-bye, everyone, and thanks you too. So I'm going to go ahead and get the timer started. Enjoy your next reading sprint. Oh, wait, Jamie's coming in. KB says horns could be useful for holding small things like your keys. You could put cute card holders on them too. That is so true. I can imagine depending on the size, you get like a little key ring, or you could get like a piercing, like a hole drilled into it. You could like hang stuff from it. That would be that would be pretty awesome. I like that. Anybody who reads Saga, I really love Marco's horns. If you read Saga, you will understand that reference. I think Petrichor is pretty cool too, but Marco has my favorite horns. All right, and then Melinda, before we go, says, "What kind of horrible weather? The kind where every day it's disgusting and terrible and potentially damaging. Horrible weather, but the cost of living is really low. So there's your trade off. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and get the timer up and running. I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 515. Oh, goodness. I am in the middle of an extremely, mind-numbing info dump, and it reminds me of Seven Eves, which is not a compliment. If any of you saw my review for that, then you know how I feel about the info dumps in Seven Eves. And to be fair, most of the book isn't like that. I'm in a particularly bad one right now, and it's making me so tired. Okay, before we left, I asked you all the question: would you rather live in a country with a low cost of living but horrible weather, or a country with high cost of living and beautiful weather? See what you all had to say. Let's see. Heidi had a message for Magnolia before she left. Said nothing worse than falling asleep to an audiobook and the book gets 6 chapters ahead without you. And Jamie says horn decorations, jewelry, fancy silk satin, etc. If we had horns decorations for them would totally be a thing and not just for teen girls. True. I completely agree with you. Faye says, low cost, horrible weather. I enjoy bad weather. I don't enjoy being poor. I love that answer. Heidi says, I think perfect weather is the reason for the high cost. Yes, exactly. I completely agree with you. Like Hawaii or maybe San Diego. I have always wanted to go to Hawaii, and one day I will get there. I don't imagine that there's ever going to be a point in my life where I'm ever going to have enough money to be able to live there. Even when I retire, think it's going to be way too expensive for me, which is probably okay because you can't really go anywhere when you're stuck on an island, but still. And William says, speaking of time zones, I always wonder when Netflix shows premiere. I have to wait until 4 p.m. to take into consideration California. It would be 7 p.m. because of American Samoa. That's true. It's kind of like when I was growing up, whenever they were airing cartoons on Cartoon Network or on Nickelodeon, they always put, 6 p.m. Central Time, 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And I can never forget that. So yeah, shows will air on a specific time that's normal for some people and very inconvenient for others. And Zach says, I'll eat the cost for better weather, but I am the one who would live in northern Norway if I could. Okay, good to know. And Christina, hi, Christina. Christina says, hi, all, reading Huck Finn to prep for the book James, which is a story from Jim's perspective. Okay, cool. And Jamie says, I'll take the low cost of living. If I can afford air conditioning, heating, and better housing, the weather won't matter as much. That is very fair and a good point. Heidi says, Christina, I am 74th in line for the audiobook of James. Oh my God. 74th. At that point, it'd probably be worth buying it if you're really that invested in listening to it. Otherwise, you can wait, I guess. Teresa says, Alex, are you going to join us on Read Your Birth Year Saturday? Teresa, I have absolutely no idea what that is, so please feel free to explain to me. I'm really not in the loop about anything right now, so any information is welcome. Robert says, I got all the contingencies covered. I'll go with horrible weather, and since the cost of living is so low, I'll have the dosh to buy a place where the weather is great and I can vacation there a lot. Oh, okay. I really like that perspective. You are going to use your extra funds to have a second house. Cool. I like that idea. Heidi says, oh, Nicole, a great channel for classics is Book Chat with Pat. She is a retired high school English lit teacher. And Nicole says, Heidi, I'm subscribed to Pat and she's great. Dinner time, pizza. Nice. Emily says, 30 pages from the end, so we'll finish in the next sprint, thinking I will switch over to Prophet Song by Paul Lynch. Sweet. Faye says, 24 pages that time. Awesome. Robert says, Children Volume 3 read. I started at Utsubora, the story of a novelist by Asumiko Nakamura, a manga. Nice. And good job on finishing the comic. Melinda says, at first I thought low cost of living because I could stay inside, but I think the risk of stir craziness is too high. I'll lay out the dough for better weather. I would say for me, I like Robert's idea of having a vacation place, but knowing me and my work ethic, I wouldn't be able to spend much time there during the year. And the idea of having horrible weather for the majority of the 365 days, I would not be able to handle that because I know how difficult it is for me just to get through winter time to get to spring. So I unfortunately would have to fork over the cash so that I can have nice weather. And then like the the better feeling I will have for my mental health will, in my opinion, outweigh the monetary cost. But that's probably just me because I don't like bad weather. I work my job is in real estate, and whenever we have really bad weather and buildings get damaged or you have leaks and things like that, it's just a nightmare to deal with. So we don't like things like that. And Jamie says, got distracted watching video essays on poverty and class in the US. Did start a book, though. Singularity by Bill Desmond. I imagine that the video essays that you're watching are quite interesting, Jamie. I watch video essays about the same topics in many cases, especially with regards to personal finance. I'm a big personal finance gal. I have never heard of Singularity, but I hope that it's cool. Sounds like a science fiction book. He says, if you live in a place where the weather is perfect and then the climate changes, is that place able to adapt to new weather conditions? Yes, because this is a purely hypothetical scenario. So, yes. And Zach says, I'm on chapter 15, 33% so far. Lessons in chemistry is 5 stars. Yay! I love that. That's fabulous. Jamie says, I'll get to James when my library has it available, probably in audio format. I'm in no hurry. There's so much to read or listen to. Jessica says, I would live where there is low cost of living. I would buy a houseboat. Oh, that's cute. That's fun. Even if the water's turbulent, Jessica, what if the water is choppy because of the crap weather? And Jamie says, I have Prophet Song on my TBR for next week. Cool, Prophet Song. I'll go ahead and let me know also in the comments what you all would like for the next sprint, because we're getting close to the end of the comments here. And Christina says, we got to chapter 6. Very nice. I think it's seriously so sweet that you take the time to read with your kids and listen to audiobooks with your kids. I don't think many parents do that nowadays, and I find it extremely endearing. Jessica says, got to page 116 and napped for 15 minutes. Nice. Emily says, my answer is whichever gives me snow. Well, okay, let's put it this way. Perfect weather would be subjective to you. So let's say you're somebody who really likes 4 seasons. You would live in a place that had a perfect 4 seasons, but nothing that was ever like catastrophic weather. How about that? And Jamie says, what do we actually mean by horrible weather? I like variable weather. It is less boring. Yeah. So I really think that in this case, perfect is, subjective. I think for me, weather where we get as many days of like partially cloudy sunshine would be my like perfect climate. We're talking 74 degrees, and we have some days that it rains in order for all of the plants to stay lush and healthy, but it doesn't rain all the time. I would be happy with that. Harbor says, James by Percival Everett is on Spotify. Oh. And Melinda said 45. Jamie said 42. I'm going to assume you mean 45, unless you want, the answer to everything. And Zach, oh, don't make me do math. Don't make me do. I don't even want to look at that. I'm sure I could figure it out if I took the time, but I'm not going to. And Christina says, Heidi, Jamie, I'm number 31 in line for the book at my library. Wow. Zach says, oops, 288 divided by 12 plus 1. That should be 45, I'm guessing. taking a guess. And Faye says, wait, are you saying my bad weather could just be sunny and warm all the time? Okay, then I choose high cost of living, but the perfection of regular rain and snow. Okay, there you go. I like that. You gotta turn it around on me. You guys keep me on my toes. That's what makes it fun. Okay, that was perfect. Thank you all for those fun answers. I gotta go. This one will tell me a little bit about the culture of where you live. Okay, so would you rather have a Tennessee accent and live in New York, or a New York accent and live in Tennessee? I didn't capitalize Tennessee on that first one. Dang it. Okay, I have to fix that, otherwise it's going to irritate me. There we go. Okay, I fixed it. So, I guess the real question here is, do you think that you would get more crap having a Tennessee accent in New York, or having a New York accent in Tennessee? Which one would you get more flack for? Let's see. And Jamie says, by many people's standards, where I live has great weather, 300 plus days of sun, a bit too hot in summer, but not too bad, and not too cold or wet in winter, too dry for many crops, but comfy. That sounds marvelous to me. And Faye says, what is a Tennessee accent? You could kind of think of a stereotypical Appalachian, deep Southern accent. Tennessee accent is very distinct from any other Southern state. You could definitely look it up if you haven't heard it before. Emily says, New York City or state? I'm going with city. Well, is that fair? Because I'm saying that if you are from New York, you could live in any part of Tennessee. Maybe I have to be more specific. Like, it would be either New York City or Nashville, Tennessee. How about that? New York City or Nashville, Tennessee. There we go. You know what? I will update my question. New York City and then Nashville. There we go. I like it. Keeping me honest, people. Melinda said, where in Tennessee? Gave you an idea. Heidi says, sounds like, are you a city mouse or a country mouse question? Could be. Very well could be. And Alicia is here. Hi, Alicia. Alicia says, hello, Alex. Just joining. Just getting home from a day at Universal Orlando Resorts, about to eat some pizza and hoping to start 168 hours nonfiction. Well, I'm so happy that you made it. I hope that you had a fabulous trip for your day at Orlando Universal Resorts. I don't think that I have ever been there, so do let me know about it because it sounds like fun. And Alex is here. Hello, Alex. Alex says, hello, everyone. I made it. I'm so glad that you made it. And we were just about to start another sprint, and you can answer the question, so that's perfect. All right, everybody. So give this one an interesting thought and let me know what you think. And this isn't meant to be, I want to be very clear. This is not meant to hate on any part of the country. Like, people just have different accents. And I have friends that both have the typical Tennessee accent, and a friend who is from New York. And it's just it's just widely different. And I'm curious, I don't know. Which, like I said, which do you think you would get more flack for, depending on what part of the country you lived in? And some of you all are from New York, so you probably have a better idea of this than me. All right. So, got 45 minutes. Oh, gotta fix it. There we go. 45 minutes up on the clock. I will see you all in a little bit, and enjoy your next sprint. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I read a little bit more of Death's End, and then I realized that I desperately needed a break because the info dump was not letting up at all. So I decided to dive into Neverwhere, which I am now on page 13. These illustrations are honestly so perfect, and I didn't expect that every single page was going to have an illustration. I thought they were just going to be kind of here or there, and I was going to get like occasionally a full page spread, maybe a scribble or whatnot. No, there are illustrations, at least on like when you open up one of the two pages on every single fold has an illustration, if not both of them, which is really impressive and took a lot of effort. So, let's see. Before we left, I asked you all the question: would you rather have a Tennessee accent and live in New York City, or a New York accent and live in Nashville, Tennessee? So, let's see. Jamie says, I'll choose New York. I won't fit in sociopolitically in Tennessee, regardless of my accent, and New York has better funding for social programs. Okay, cool. Melinda says, okay, Nashville makes a big difference. I'd go for New York in Tennessee. So, New York accent in Tennessee. Nashville is a great city. However, I wouldn't want to live anywhere else in Tennessee with an Oregon accent, much less a New York accent. Melinda, it's so curious that you say that because having just been to Oregon, I did not notice like the people that I talked to having any sort of distinct accent. Everybody kind of just sounded metropolitan to me. So I don't know. I feel like you would fit in anywhere, but if you feel differently, I understand. Faye says, talking like this is fun. Oh, talked. You got me to do it. Good job, Faye. Talking like this is fun. So I'll live in New York City. I'm a hermit, so probably nobody would notice anyway. Well, I mean, New York is a melting pot of a bunch of different people anyway, so it's not like there aren't people with an Appalachian accent living in New York City. And Alicia says, I always have a blast. I'm an annual pass holder. I always find something new that I haven't seen. I'm talking about your trip to Universal. That's cool that you're an annual pass holder. That's fun that you get to go. Jamie says, although Nashville has a great music scene, I have musician friends who have relocated there with their Western U.S. accents and are doing fine. Nashville might be okay. I could restart my music blog there. Yeah, Nashville is also, it's a big, a congregating area for people also from all over the country. So, I mean, really, I would say New York is probably more of a melting pot than Nashville, only because it's so much larger. But you'd still have pretty good success there. Jessica says, I will set this question out. Yeah, sorry about that. Though, to be fair, if I lived in New Zealand, I don't think I'd want to leave. So there you go. What's the COL like in Nashville? Would probably choose that, but I do want to visit New York City. It's on my bucket list. Is COL, does that stand for quality? No, not quality of life. Culture. Sometimes I'm not sure what COL stands for. Somebody bail me out here. But I would say again, it's a city. It's known for music. Nashville is like, you can kind of think of it as like the home of country music. As Jamie said, a lot of people go there to start music careers. So a lot of entertainment in Nashville. Robert says, while they are separated by 600 miles, a friend in Lafayette, Louisiana said I'd be a hit with my Brooklyn accent. So Nashville it is. I didn't realize you were from Brooklyn. So that's even better, Rob. I love that. Alex says, maybe a Tennessee accent and live in New York. I can't explain why, but this feels like the better choice. I don't know much about American accents and how different accents are received in places. Just because the United States is so large with so many different regions that it is absolutely insane to me. Because Like, for example, if somebody's asking, well, what's the difference between a Tennessee Southern accent and a Georgia accent and a, South Carolina versus a Texas versus Louisiana, like every single one of those regions is completely different in the way that they sound. So, like the general Southern accent that a lot of people attempt to do, they're imitating one region, not all of the South. So, for example, Keaton and I, we just watched a movie where people were from Arkansas, okay, and none of them actually nailed the Arkansan accent, not a single one. And that's what's so funny is to them and to every other person who's never been to Arkansas or never interacted with somebody from Arkansas, they don't know the difference. But if you've heard it or you've lived there, you know. So, to be fair, it's okay if you don't know the differences because most people in the US don't know the differences either. And Rob says, Alex, think Reese Witherspoon or Travis Bickle. Reese Witherspoon has an adorable accent. I don't know Travis Bickle, but I like her. She's fun. She has her own book club, so I mean, she can't be that bad. Teresa says, Nicole is hosting a readathon at the end of August where you read a book that was published in your birth year. At the end of August, I'm pretty sure Neverwhere was published. I could be wrong, though. That would be really fun, though. I like that idea. I really like that idea. And I might just have to do that because I don't know whether this book is or not. I'll have to check later. Alex says, Robert, I have no idea what they sound like. Yeah, that's fair. And Christina says, just had supper, sandwiches, and back to reading and working on things. Zach says, got to chapter 22, 45%, still loving it. That's so cool. Teresa says, about to make me a tuna melt for dinner. That sounds really delicious. And Alex says, I had breakfast and caught up on YouTube in that sprint. Very nice. I hope that you all will be excited about my video coming out on Sunday about my trip. I don't really know how it's going to be received, to be honest. It's either going to be that people really like it or they're going to be bored to tears. They're not going to want to watch the whole thing. But it took me a long time to edit just because of how much footage there was. And Melinda says, cost of living in Nashville is pretty reasonable, especially compared to other cities of the same size. New York City has an astronomical cost of living. Yeah, no doubt. When I first got out of college and I majored in marketing with a minor in communication, I had contacts at some of the big 5 publishing companies because I wanted to go into publishing and I wanted to work in marketing, writing the materials to bookstores and for the press kits and whatnot, because I had an internship where I was doing that, not for one of the top 5 publishers, but I have experience with it. I had a portfolio, I had all of that stuff. And I got to talk with some of the people in those companies. And when they told me how much money they pay people for those jobs, I wanted to scream because anybody on this call, doesn't matter whether you're in the US or not, you tell me how somebody who does not have family living in New York City who's going to just move there, okay, is supposed to survive on $40,000 a year. New York City, working in Manhattan. You tell me how that's supposed to work where you're not poor as shit. And the answer is you don't. You don't. You either move way outside and commute well over an hour, probably more than that, in every day in order just to have a place to live, or you have to live with a ton of other people in a tiny space, or you have family that already lives there, so you don't have to worry about the added expense because they already have a place to live and already have real estate. I was not willing to do any of those things, so I did not end up living in New York City. And Christina says, I live in the North, but learned to talk in the South. So I tend to have a bit of a Southern dialect up here and people look at me funny sometimes. And my boys laugh at me sometimes too, but that's me. I think that's adorable. I love it. I have found that for myself, my accent confuses people only because it's a combination really of like 3 to 4 different regions in the US, and, it's all because of either my family or places that I've lived or, populations of people that I have worked with and had to, like, travel for work, so it's funny. And Zach says, "Tennessee accent in New York City." A funny quote from GTA Vice City is called that accent "stump, jumpin', gibber spit." Stump, jumpin', gibber spit. I've never heard that. Melinda says, "Anyone old enough to remember the Clinton administration knows an Arkansan accent?" Yeah, that is true. That is very true. And Christina says, "But I would never want to live in New York City, maybe visit, but that is way too much peopling for me." Yeah, I've never gotten to go there. I don't know if I've ever told you all the incredibly sad story of my failed adventure to New York City. So, actually, this was back as soon as I tell you the year, you're automatically going to know what happened. It was in May of 2020 that we were planning on traveling to New York City. It was going to be me and a couple of my friends, actually, the ones that I went with to Oregon. And we had everything booked. We were going to go to a book convention there. We had our hotels, we had our flights, everything was set. We were just waiting for the day. And then New York City shut down due to COVID. Everything got canceled, and we ended up having to get a refund on all of our money. And I still haven't made it yet because I was just so dejected by the fact that nothing worked out from that trip. It kind of felt like just a stream of terrible luck that I never re-planned everything. But I feel like I need to now. It's been long enough. It's been 4 years since that's happened. So hopefully I'll jump back on that wagon sometime soon because I think everybody should visit New York City at least once. Robert says Travis Bickle, Taxi Driver. I have not seen Taxi Driver, but I need to desperately. I've heard people talk about that movie. Actually, I think Keaton's talked about that movie. Alex says it's coming out on Sunday. Oh, I'm excited. Don't worry. Yeah, it is. It's coming out on Sunday at 8:30 a.m. my time. Robert says only communists wouldn't like a book haul video. True. Or a minimalist. A minimalist probably wouldn't like a book haul video either. Melinda says, "I'm very excited about your video. I love seeing my state through the eyes of people from elsewhere." I hope I'm going to represent it okay, Melinda. I only have good things to say about it, but we did run into some troubles while we were in Crater Lake, so you'll end up seeing that. I'm sure you know all about it anyway. You'll see it and be like, yes, I know exactly what you're talking about, but I won't spoil it for everybody else. And William says, "It depends on the frequency of haul videos." Yeah, that's true. Obviously, I haven't I don't really do haul videos. I did one for Christmas because I got a lot of books that I asked for Christmas, but I haven't done one since then because I was on a no buy year. I do, funny enough, I keep track of all of the books that I've gotten in this I've had these stupid little notebooks for many, many years. I don't even know about this character, and I have I swear it's like 8 of these things. But anyway, in here, I keep it in my drawer. I kept track of all of the books that I got in 2023, which is how I at the end of my stats video at the end of the year, I was able to talk about all of the books and all the money I had spent. I keep track of all of that just in this stupid little notebook. So I'm going to get to go through and write down all of the 24 books that I just got and how much I spent on them in one go. Which I was very fortunate because for Christmas last year, my grandma Julie, she was so sweet. She knew that I was really excited for PALS, and she gave me $150 just to spend at PALS, which I saved that whole time because I was like, that is what that is for, and that is what I'm going to spend it on. So I really appreciated her for that because that took a huge dent out of the amount that I spent there. And Melinda says, "Here is how the publishing industry is full of trust fund babies." Yeah, or again, just people who are lucky enough that they lived in New York their whole life and they have some place that they can stay and, make absolutely no money. But there was oh God, I don't, it wasn't a strike. Oh, it was with the unions, I believe, for the book publishing companies. I think it was like a year or two ago where a lot of the workers for one of the big five, they walked out and they were like, "You are either going to pay us more money and, give us better accommodations, or we're not going to be able to work anymore because we can't afford to live. I'm sure that they didn't get all of their demands because that rarely ever happens with unions working with businesses, but I think they did get something more. Zach says, I make tortilla tuna melts. They are a tortilla, tuna, tomato, cheese folded up like a Taco Bell crunch wrap and cooked in a pan like a grilled cheese. That sounds great. You're making me want one of the crunch wraps from Taco Bell. And Nicole says, pizza night turned into game night, so it's a wrap. Have a nice evening, all. Yeah, you too, Nicole. I hope you have a ton of fun with your family. And said, thanks for hosting, Alex. Absolutely. It was fun. It is fun still. We're still going. Teresa says, have a great night, Nicole. I was telling Alex about Read Your Birth Year. Yes, thank you for that, Teresa. I appreciate you throwing that in. I need to look at what I've got that could fall into that category. I'm sure there's probably hidden books that I don't even know were published then, and I'd be like, oh, look at that. Alex says, my accent is also messy. Grew up in North England, but my uni friends were Southerners, then moved to Japan, taught English with American textbooks. Coworkers were from everywhere, changed my accent. Oh, I bet that's got to be so fun. I would love to hear your accent, Alex. I'm sure it's great. Jessica says, COL. Oh, cost of living. Cost of living. Sorry about that. Yeah, Melinda answered that question in terms of, cost of Nashville. So thanks for that. Melinda says, I hope you didn't go right at the entrance of Crater Lake. That was our big mistake. Go left. No, that wasn't the main issue. It had, I'll put it this way, it had something to do with the air. I'll put it that way. It had something to do with the air there. Jamie says minimalists would definitely have issues with book haul videos. Yeah, for sure. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the time now because I'm getting down to the end of the comments. So we're at 3 hours and 20 minutes. So I think this is the good time that this will be the second to last sprint. So like normal, I'll do one 45-minute sprint and one 30-minute sprint. So let me know which one you would like the next sprint to be, and I will set that time. Oh, sorry. Jamie says, oh, sorry, I did read that one. Alex says that notebook is adorable. Thank you. Yeah, there's a whole set of them. They're so stupid. I bought them on eBay back when I was in high school. I'm not even kidding you. It was when I first got an eBay account. I was like, oh, look at all these things that I could buy. And I used to collect like notebooks and pens and stuff like that. And I saw them and I thought they were cute. And I've had them ever since. So they're super old. William says, I have what you might call a watered down American accent. One visiting American describes it as European educated in the States. I'm sure that's a very sophisticated accent then. Jamie says, I try to do haul videos to show how one can be a booktuber and poor and still acquire great books. Need to make one for the 23 books I just brought home today, actually. Hey, 23 and 24, rocking out. Yeah, there are a lot of really great ways that you can still inexpensively get books. Of course, the most inexpensive is going to the library, right? But if you want to actually own them, going to little free libraries, buying from like half price bookstores, or going to the Friends of the Library, which I imagine many people here have been to a Friends of the Library store. I actually donated, I'm sure you all remember this, but I had a huge basket of those books that I was donating to the library, and I was really excited to take it to them. I don't think they were as excited for my giant donation because they didn't have any place to put it and they weren't expecting it, but I was glad to give it to them. And I'm like, you know what, if they don't even put any of these in the collection and they want to sell all of them, I don't mind that because they're going to be able to be inexpensively sold to people who want them through the Friends of the Library bookstore. So I thought that was cool. Zach says, I stopped counting at 80 books purchased. Yeah, but you read so much in a year. You and Jamie both read so much in a year that's like nothing for you two. Melinda says, I know what your Crater Lake problem was. Sorry. Yeah, me too. Poor Keaton. Poor Keaton. He's still recuperating. And Melinda said 45 for the first one. Got it. And also, I did eat part of one of these bars. I think I'm probably going to eat the rest of it. And the caffeine really helped because I was flagging really hard there. And I'm actually awake now. So that's good. Christina says, enjoy your evening, Nicole. Yes, absolutely. So I need to get I keep saying this. I need to get back in the swing of like catching up with everybody's channels because I feel really bad that I didn't know that she was hosting that because I have not been watching anything because I've barely been able to edit. So just I'm just doing the best I can. Robert says, Alex, yeah, I bought these notebooks when I was in high school. They're very old. Yeah, like what, 5 years? Oh, oh, I appreciate you think I'm that young. No, I'm not. Zach says, I have a Colorado accent. The main thing is we drop out T's. Mountain is mountain. Okay, see, but I do that too. Mountain. That's like when I say Keaton's name, it's kind of a I don't even know how to describe the way that I say it. It's kind of a inflection and it goes back down for an emphasis on the T, but it's not a Keaton. And so there have been many times that I've been telling people, oh, yeah, my partner's name is Keaton. And they think I'm saying Keegan with a G. And I always have to be like, no, Keaton with a T. and I don't know where that comes from. Again, it's probably just part of my accent, but it's really funny to hear his mom always emphasizes the T. It's Keaton specifically. But yes. So I will go ahead and I will get 45 minutes up on the clock. Again, this is going to be the second to last sprint of the evening. So, okay. Would you rather have a unibrow or no eyebrows at all? See, my eyebrow game is strong. I like having my eyebrows. So I think this is a funny question. And Alicia says, I can pick up accents easily, so it's hard to pinpoint where I'm from. Yeah, I think a lot of us have a tendency to mirror. I think that's a normal thing. Faye says, I moved from England to Canada when I was a kid, and I grew up watching American TV more than I socialized with actual Canadians. I don't know what the heck my accent is. I imagine you probably sound quite metropolitan American then. I mean, to be honest with you, unless a Canadian person that I've spoken to speaks French, like that Quebec, French accent, I cannot tell the difference between somebody from Canada and somebody from the United States. There's like no difference at all. I work with a lady in Canada and I would never know. So probably sound very similar to us. So sorry, I will go back to the clock now. 45 minutes. Enjoy your sprint, and I will see you all in a bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did on your second to last sprint. I've officially made it all the way through chapter 1 of Neverwhere, and I didn't realize when I originally bought this book, I figured that this character on the front cover was the main character, Richard Mayhew, but I now believe that this is in fact the character Door, which is adorable. I love that she's got short hair and a big poofy coat and everything, if this is her, which I believe that it is, because I don't know. I like representation of young ladies with short hair because I don't think we see that very often in books, especially not in illustrations. So that made me really happy. But anyway, before we left, I asked you the question, would you rather have a unibrow or no eyebrows at all? See what you all had to say. Let's see. Faye emphatically answered unibrow. And Jessica says no eyebrows. Well, if I was good at drawing, at least then I could draw my eyebrows for my mood or make them skinny or thick, or I could draw them like the queens and everyone would think I'm surprised. Yes, I love that. Melinda says, tough one. While plucking can be painful, there is no way I could draw a realistic eyebrow on my face, so I'd have to go for the unibrow. See, that's my thing, is I don't think that I would have the patience to sit and try to do like individual hairs every single day. And I know from personal experience, because I get my eyebrows waxed, that after you start doing that for a while, your eyebrows just naturally thin out. So if I had a unibrow and I just got it waxed, every few weeks, it would eventually get to the point where you wouldn't even really be able to tell anyway. So that to me is the best answer. And honestly, I prefer waxing over plucking because plucking is a prolonged pain and waxing is just a quick, and it's done. It's going to sound weird. I enjoy getting my eyebrows waxed. I don't think it's that bad. Jamie says, yeah, if I wanted to, I could read all my newest acquisitions, 8 R library books, in just the next 2 weeks. So 23 books is not so crazy in perspective. Yeah, absolutely. I know that for sure, Jamie. You said unibrow, I think. Eyebrows keep sweat from getting in your eyes, so with none, you'd have more eye health issues. That is true. I had a friend who lost all of his hair. Not really sure if he had alopecia or what exactly caused it, but he played in a band. And he would tell me about, you really don't realize how much you need sweatbands and to keep sweat out of your eyes until you're jumping around on a stage. And you're just like drenching yourself and you're making yourself blind from that. So I can completely understand that. Robert says unibrow can be plucked. Stuck on eyebrow is just plain strange. Emily says, well, so much for switching books. Finished the book and then accidentally took a nap. Hey, that's the best way to do it. LOL, no eyebrows, because it'll save me money and time. There you go. Melinda says, off to make a dinner, darn family. Can't wait for sprints to end. Thanks, Alex and everyone. See you next week. It was great to see you, Melinda. Thanks for hanging out. You're probably already gone, but thanks for hanging out. Jessica says, that was a YouTube sprint, just watching TBR videos. That sounds great. Sounds really nice. Robert says, no reading. I'm on eBay and I typed in Akira, so I went down that rabbit hole. And Alex said, I would rather have no eyebrows. Okay. And Zach says, still loving my book. Fun fact, did you know eBay stands for Echo Bay? No, I did not know that. And why Echo? Please do tell. And Christina says, mostly I had a squirrel moment or two. And Zach says, eyebrow tattoos are a thing. Yes, they are. My grandma Julie has some. She got hers done years ago. And the best part about her eyebrow tattoos is, so when she was younger, her hair was very brunette. Like I ended up getting the blonde from other places in my genes. But her hair was very dark, and so she got hers done and her eyebrows were naturally very dark too. And then over the years, as they have faded, her eyebrows are now the color of the dark gray of her hair, which I think honestly is perfect because they just work so well for her. I know there are some horror stories of people doing like microblading and then they get like these giant thick, eyebrows, and because obviously somebody's doing them and they're not necessarily like a trained tattoo artist or anything like that. I would never trust somebody to try to tattoo my eyebrows. I don't think I don't think that it would turn out well, but my grandma Julie's next level. Robert 46 and Jamie 44. I see you too. The last one is going to be 30 minutes because this is the last sprint of the evening. So I'm going to make it a nice, gentle 30, and we'll be, ending the evening somewhere around the 5 hour mark. So I think that's pretty good. We went for another long while. Seems like we're averaging more often now, closer to 5 hours than to 4. So like kind of worked our way up. All right. And you all know what's coming next. If you've been here before, what is my last question of the evening going to be? It is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? Robert 31. You're such a goober. All right. 31. Just kidding. 30 it is. All right. So do tell me what it is that you have accomplished that you're proud of. And I will see you all at the end of our very last sprint of the night. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back from the last sprint of the evening. Of course, I needed to ask you all, what is one thing that you've accomplished over the last week that you are proud of? So let's see what everybody had to say. Robert called me a meanie because I didn't do 31 minutes. He also said, hashtag do capybaras have eyebrows? I would argue that their entire face is an eyebrow. Zach says, I didn't old. I turned 33 last week. Oh, yeah, you're so old. 33. Oh, please. That's super young. And I also fully ascribe to the mentality that you were only as old as you feel. So, do you feel 33, Zach? You just said, you'll have to Google the eBay name thing. Chat won't post my answer. Oh, it probably blocks it. That stinks. Robert says, Echo Bay Technology Group. The thing that, or wait, no, is it pay? I was about to say Elon Musk made his money that way, but it was PayPal. I associate, of course, PayPal with eBay. Alicia says, last week I accomplished deep cleaning of my kiddos' rooms, dealt with a cat passing. I remember that. I'm still very sorry for your loss. I hope that things have been not, I don't want to say have been easy for you, but I hope you know what I mean. If like that you've been healing, that you've been managing as best you can and getting ready for the new school year, all the things. I am happy I survived. Yeah, 100%. You've done a great job. Said no reading tonight, but picked out my next reads and tabbed them. Great. It's fantastic. Alex says, my accomplishment is finishing 2 books at the same time this week. Yay. Normally I'm a 1 book at a time girl, but this week I had 2 going at the same time and enjoyed them both. That's awesome. I'm happy for you. And Jessica says, I finally got Read the Beast episode 1 uploaded, or Read the Beat. I can't read right now, apparently. Read the Beats episode 1 uploaded. That's awesome. Great job. Robert says, Zach, learn something new every day. I never thought about the name before. Yeah, I wouldn't have either. And Jessica says, also homework for anyone willing to help. I briefly heard about a book that features an alien that comes to Earth and learns to live like a human. But do you think I can remember the name of it? That seems like that could be a variety of a lot of books in science fiction. Do you have like anything to go off of in terms of like an author, a time period, anything else? Because that might be a little difficult to narrow down, but somebody might have gotten it. And Jessica says, I think it was along the lines of Strange Blank, Strange World, or Strange Earth. I know it had a very green cover. A very green cover. I have no idea. And Zach says the book you're thinking of is Humans by Matt Haig. I have not heard of this. Matt Haig, the author of The Midnight Library? I'm assuming it has to be the same person. Humans by Matt Haig. Okay. Nicole says, I'm back. And also, great job, Zach. Jeez. And Nicole says, congrats on 800 subs. Did I hit 800 subs during this stream? Did I really? Let me look. It'll probably be gone by tomorrow. Oh my God! Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's a nice way to end the evening. I had been very slowly working towards that for a while, so that's really cool that it happened, assuming that, it doesn't get taken away from me because YouTube's weird like that. But thank you very much. And Jessica says, saw it on YouTube Shorts. A rich person recommended his 3 favorite books. A rich person. And then my iPad flipped out and I couldn't find it again. No, it wasn't a Matt Haig book, Zach. I'm assuming you're not. No, you couldn't have been talking about Stranger in a Strange Land. I have no idea. I wish I did. If I might be able to do some research after this, but you said it had a very green cover, so that might be able to narrow it down. Yeah, I don't have anything that I could probably point to with all of my color coded books that would immediately be that. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'll have to think about it. He said, does sound like a great book, though. Just looked it up on Goodreads. Okay. So were you able to find the topic? Oh, yeah. See, Zach says the book might be Stranger in a Strange Land. That was the one that I would go with just based off of the title. Yeah. And Nicole says, I'm proud of putting in an offer on a house this week. Yay, got rejected. Oh, I'm sorry, but I made the offer. I'm happy that you found something that you were interested in, and hopefully that's going to put you on the right track. I understand the pain of house hunting. It was not a fun experience for me when I did it. I was lucky because my experience was a short one, but I know that it can take a really long time when you're looking for the right one, especially in this market. So I wish you all the best. I know it'll work out. And Nicole says, hi, Alicia. And Teresa said, I hope you find the right house, Nicole. Lots of bookcases. Yeah, it would be really cool if you had like built in, like recessed bookcases too. That would be sweet. I wish I had stuff like that in my house. I've thought before about the ways to build it, though, admittedly, that would be a totally next level project. My dad could do that. My dad knows how to build anything and everything. Um, I'm still working on my projecting. Jessica says, possibly Zach. Nicole says, hi and thanks, Teresa. I didn't have any bookcases, so it probably wasn't the right one. Oh, there you go. It didn't have any. Wasn't calling. And Nicole says, definitely sounds like Stranger in a Strange Land by Robert Heinlein. Yeah, I agree with Zach. Okay. And Teresa says, Nicole, you will have to tell Ailes more about Alex, more about Read Your Birth Readathon. She might join us. Yeah, I definitely think that would be cool. It would be even more awesome if any of the books I have on my magical cart back here happen to fall into that category. Because after I'm done with Descend and Neverwhere for the book club this month, I'm going to be going back to my magical cart here and figuring something out. I don't know how I could possibly get that lucky though. But one of the things on here, well, I'll have to look. I'll have to look. There's a maybe in there. Because there's a book on my cart that is from when I was a child, and I'm pretty sure it was published after I was born, but that would probably be the closest one. And Nicole says, I think the newer cover is red orange. Yeah, I mean, Stranger in a Strange Land has so many different editions and like collector's editions and everything. So that would probably be pretty hard unless he had a, super specific copy that he could point to. And Jamie says, I took in a few more kittens and shifted one to a specialist rescuer. I have 8 right now. The 3 newest are still hissy, but the others are now very friendly. Oh, that's so sweet. You're doing great work out here, Jamie. I love to hear it. And Jessica says, you did, you're 801. Yeah, that's wild to me, guys. That's super cool. Feels good to hit another like little milestone. Alex says, oh, you have 801. And Christina says, too, thank you so much. And Teresa says, sorry, I meant Alex. Oh, don't worry about it. It's all good. I can deal with context clues. It's all good. As long as you don't call me Alice or Alec, I'd say we're doing pretty all right. My thing that I'm proud of this week, well, one, I got my video edited, which was like my big hurdle, just again, because I had so much footage to go through. But the other thing was I had a weird issue happen with my car. Big surprise. But it ended up being an easy fix. So my heat shield for my exhaust pipe actually fell off, like it rusted through in one part and was bouncing around on my exhaust pipe. So whenever I was hitting the gas on my car, it just made like an awful death rattle. And I now have the equipment to be able to fix stuff like that because I bought a jack and jack stands to work on my project car. And I was really excited because I was able to get under there and go to the hardware store and buy stuff to take care of it. And so far it is holding and everything's fine. And it only cost me like $10. So that always feels really good when you don't have to go to a shop and pay like $200 to $300 for somebody to take off a rusty bolt. So I'm going to count that as a success. And Christina says, "Yay!" Emily says, "So close to 1,000. How exciting!" I think it's going to probably take me a while to get to the 1,000 mark. I mean, I'm not going to say that it couldn't happen this year. That always have optimism, always expect the unexpected type thing. But I would fully expect that it's probably going to take me a little while to get to that milestone, and I'm okay with that. Really, it's okay. I'm on my own little journey, and it's a slow I'm like a little turtle in the grand race of things. And turtles are cool, especially if you're a Terry Pratchett turtle. And Jessica says, if I find it again, I will come into stream and be like, look at this. Absolutely, you should. And Nicole says, the Humans by Haig has a green cover planet with a dog sitting on it. That is the same one that Zach had mentioned. And I know Jessica said it wasn't that one. Zach says, I have an obscure collection of Cold War era Russian sci fi called Alien, Travelers, and Other Strangers. That's probably not it, but I love that you have that and know that. That's beautiful. Nicole says, thanks, Alex. It will work out. It will. I 100% believe that. There's the thing is like there's always more houses and everything that are opening up on the market. Sometimes it's just the pain of waiting to find that one. And I don't know, obviously, I don't know the price range, the area that you're looking in or anything like that, but I imagine that there are probably going to be a lot more houses that open up even in probably the next couple weeks. So my fingers are crossed for you. Christina says, going to try and get one more chapter in before bed. Good luck. And William says, when you reach 10,000 subscribers, you won't be able to keep up with chats and comments. I call it the burden of celebrity. I would be immensely shocked if I ever hit 10,000 subscribers. I don't, and this is not a knock against me, anybody. I want you to understand that. I don't think I have the personality for that. Again, expect the unexpected. It's not that it couldn't ever happen. I am not aspiring to that though. Because I think once you hit about 10,000, that's kind of the point where you can start looking at it as like, is this, fully part-time job money? Like some people quit their job and they start doing YouTube full-time. I'm not looking for that. I'm happy with my little corner. If it blows up, it blows up, but I don't expect that at all. And Jessica says, yeah, no, it wasn't the Humans. I'll find it. You will find it. You could send me an email too if you find it, because I'm curious which book it is. And Christina says, thanks for hosting today, Alex. Enjoy your evening. You too, Christina. Have fun with your last chapter. So remember to hydrate and hug the like button. I'll get one more drink on camera, and then I'll try to stay hydrated before bed because it is 10 here. And Nicole says, hopefully the announcement video will be out this Monday. I'm going to do it August 27th. Okay, cool. Well, that should be pretty easy for me to remember because that is 2 days before Kat and I have our live show. So I know that that's on a Tuesday because ours is on a Thursday. And Emily said, putting in an offer is an exciting step. Good luck to y'all moving forward. Yes, absolutely. Nicole says, you're welcome to join, Alex. If you're free, let me know and I'll send you the StreamYard link once I make it. Okay, cool. I will take a look around and see what I got and I'll get back to you, my friend. I really appreciate the invite. I know I couldn't make the last one that you did because I wasn't available that weekend. So totally would be cool to get to join you on one of your streams. And Robert says, have you returned to normal and bought any books since you got back? Oh, Robert. No, guess what? I haven't. And I almost caved. You guys have no idea how close I was. So I got home and I started thinking about all these books that I didn't buy at Powell's. And I went and I started making this list. I'm not even joking. It was like 7 or 8 books. And I had 3 on a different shop website. And I very nearly was this close to hitting the buy button. And I stopped myself. I didn't do it. And I'm kind of proud of myself for that too, because I just came home with all of these books and I obviously have a ton that I still need to read. And there's nothing wrong with collecting books. Collecting books and reading books are 2 totally different hobbies. So there's really nothing wrong with that, but I'm still being good. We'll see. Every week you're probably going to have to ask me that, Robert. Be like, Alex, did you cave yet? No. Nicole said, we have a mouse that's trying to join the family. Oh no. It's already moved in. We're putting out a private condo for it. We're not ready to be roommates. Yeah, that I have never had a mouse in like my house, but when I was growing up, we did have a mouse problem and they got up in our cabinets and everything, and it was absolutely disgusting. And I know that they can be really difficult to get rid of. We even had a mouse problem at my work and had to hire like professional exterminators, which makes me so sad because mice are incredibly cute, but then they find a home and then they multiply like crazy, and then they're everywhere. And I understand not wanting to deal with that. William says there's a booktuber with a 89 to 90,000 subscribers, and when he acknowledges me, it's like getting an autograph. Yeah, I imagine like a Gavin, like for example, if he did a live show, or Gabby, was her name Gabby Hanna? No, that can't be right. But there's a Gabby who reads like mainly thrillers, and then Kayla from Books and Lala. And I see the number of comments and stuff that they get because they're running all of their different social medias, right? So they're connecting their YouTube with their Instagram and having live shows and streaming parties, but they also do that for a living. Like that's their whole job, right? So yeah, if you have that many people following you and who are subscribing and paying extra money to get like these private sessions with you to like hang out, and then you also have your regular videos on top of that, you would be glued to your screen all day just to read comments, let alone like respond to everybody. I'm very happy because I'm at a point on my channel, because I'm so tiny, that I can respond to every single comment and I can remember people's names for the most part, which makes me very happy. And Nicole says, LOL, William, so true. At that level, you could just randomly just say names and make people feel good. True. To all the Beckys out there, love ya. And Nicole said, yes, spam us all, Jessica, because we all want to know now. True. And he said, I may to join Melinda's book buying accountability Voxer. Book buying accountability Voxer. That would be, yeah, that's cool if she's got that going. And Teresa says, Nicole, my cat brought me one in and we put it out three live traps and no luck yet. I don't have, like I said, I don't have mice where I live right now, but I do have voles. And Barker did catch one at one point, and it was a very traumatic experience because I watched it die and then I buried it in the yard because I didn't want it to just lay outside. It made me so sad. That little mouse. And Nicole says, I'm glad this isn't our home. I think it just came in the front door. So accident versus break in. Break in. Yeah, but man, they're really good at finding food. And you said, I wish it was a mouse. I could use that. And Zach says, bookworms read books, book dragons collect them. I do both, so I'm a bookworm. Hey, that's the name of our book club. I like that. That's really great, Zach. Maybe that could be like part of a tagline or something. Jimmy says, I had a house mouse once who liked swing music. When I played swing, she'd come out and sit under my desk and bob her ears in time to the music. That's wild. What an intelligent mouse. Nicole said, I have a mouse condo in Peanut Butter. We'll see. Watch live Monday to watch me suddenly scream on camera. I hope that doesn't happen. That would not be fun. Jamie said, I like having few enough subscribers that I know everyone who comments. I like having more viewers, but having a huge audience would be intimidating. Well, there's also that... There's also the risk, the bigger that you get, of the more scrutiny over everything that you do and everything that you say. And funny enough, I mean, even you guys have heard me talk about it on here before, even with my really tiny platform, I've had one video that hit it big and most of the comments were positive, but just the overwhelming negativity of some people, like just going out of their way in their day to like attack you, and that becoming a regular thing. Who needs that really in their life? I mean, obviously a lot of people are comfortable with it and they can manage it, but it's not fun. And Teresa says, Alex, it was my hubby that did it. He walked in and dropped it in the middle of the floor. Mouse ran under the bookcase. Oh no. So he was trying to be like, look, cute mouse. Oh shit. Jessica says, my boys bring them in from the back paddock. I think at least that's where I take them back to. Oh, well, poor things are always so scared. Yeah, I bet. Scared shitless. They're like, wait, we're not dead? How did this happen? Nicole says, that's so cute, Jamie. Cuter outside, but cute. And the mouse and I both screamed and jumped when we saw each other the first time. I'm just picturing this little And Alicia says, yeah, everything comes in waves, but for the most part, healed. I'm happy to hear that for you. Thanks for sprints. You are most welcome. And yes, I want to say, have a beautiful weekend to everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Again, we made it 5 hours together. If you've been here the whole time, feels really good to have gotten this time with everybody and to just get to chill out. It's funny. I tell Keaton all the time that I'm like, some days I go to do my sprints and I'm like, I don't have the energy. And then by the time I'm done, I'm like, I'm so glad that I did them. I'm glad that I'm here every week. It always makes me feel really good, even when I like start out being tired. And honestly, that's completely in thanks to all of you. So thank you for giving me my pep and my step back. I can go and have a nice weekend now, and I hope that you will too. So have a fabulous night, and I hope to see you all next week. And Nicole says, thanks, Alex. Night all. Night to you too. Robert says, have a great day. Night, everyone. Teresa says, thanks for sprints, Alex. Really just needed you all to talk to. Well, I'm so happy that you made it. Thanks for coming. And Emily says, thanks for the sprints and nighttime. Have a great weekend, y'all. Yeah, you too. Thanks, Emily. And William says, bye. Bye to you. Alex says, thank you as always. You as well, Alex. Take care.